to be the weekend. Already. Hey Capricorn. Welcome in. And hello. Congrats on first bugger. But yeah, it'll be the weekend. Did the horrible thing of looking at my bank account. No wonder my wages meant nothing. As well as having to do presents and stuff, there was a thing I had to pay for, which costed quite a bit. But then a lot of my subscription thingies renewed all at the same time. I forget December time is where all my stuff needs to renew. Yeah. And obviously, with Grand Blue, I've mainly had the assist mode on, because I don't know why. Belief in myself. And mainly it doesn't kill my fingers as much. But yeah, obviously Manic mode and Proud, it doesn't stay active in those. It expects you to know how to play, which luckily I'm fine with, but I realise how laid back the assist mode plays. Because there's quite a few times where I'm sort of there and I'm not doing anything, and then it kind of just does the attacks. The only thing it does better than me is evading. But the attacking, I do way more. But yeah, I suck at the dodging. But it hasn't been too crazy so far, so that's good. And probably next week, I'm gonna try and stream a lot earlier on one of the days. Probably Wednesday. Because of my usual. So we'll see how that goes. Because, yeah, I tend to wake up a bit late but I'm gonna try and make it where as soon as I wake up I'm probably going to stream. Because I expect myself to wake up at like somewhere around 10, hopefully. Which would work. I could just set an alarm, but I feel like that's semi-cheating. Gets tempting around the end of the year as well to be like, oh, so many things go on sale, which is grand. But then, I don't know, I feel like holding out. Don't know what I'll be playing next year though. I still need to go through like Stellar Blade. I still need to finish it, so who knows when I'll go to do that. I could get other things in the meantime, but oh yeah, and it does seem like Code Vein 2 is just gonna be single player only, which is a very strange choice. I get the feeling they made the levels quite large, and because of that, they're like, we can't really feasibly think of how to do co-op, but that's stupid to me. Because modders can figure out such a thing, so if modders can, why can't big companies? But that's not till like February, near enough. The beginning of January is something else, but we'll see how that goes. Don't know what else really. Yeah, not really sure. Not sure. Maybe it's the time for something big, because it'll be a while of nothing. I wonder though. Then again, I still need to get through routine at the moment, so maybe I should stream on the Monday. We'll see how it goes Monday. Because I'll technically have my niece today, some point later. And then I think they said we're having her next week as well. All I can say is I rarely get time off, and every time I seem to have time off always seems to be when we end up having my niece. Like, I don't mind it, it's just, you know, the timing is always this way. So see, you're having it today, and then, oh, so, okay, great. Oh, such boops. So I need to be about there, in the middle. Such booping. But yeah, even with Code Vein 2 popping out next year, it's not the kind of thing I usually would go to play on stream. Those types of games, I will fail a lot. And it's not like I dislike seeing me fail. It's more of just, it adds time, and I'm gonna, like, die plenty. And it's just gonna extend things. It already takes me an age to play games normally, so I don't want to take an age for people. It's like Horizon 2. I'd like to play it, but I know it's a really large game. Yeah, I'm not too sure what would end up being played. And lo and behold, they did what I thought they would with the Game Award thingies of just having a page on Steam of the games that were announced. I'm like, well, that solves, you know, saves me having to watch anything. have those build-ups of where you're going to sneeze and then nothing happens. I can feel it though. God damn it. Keeps approaching and then stopping. Oh, and I literally heard a sneeze earlier. God damn it. I heard a sneeze earlier, and literally, they were like, Achoo! And I'm just like, how? How? How have you loudly gone achoo? I don't get it. I don't get how people physically say a word when they're sneezing. When I sneeze, my mouth is like shut tight because of the force. I don't know how they manage to say anything. But my nose. Literally, since I've been up, perfectly fine. Absolutely nothing. The moment I start streaming, my nose is like, oh, and it's like, okay. I've been here for like a few hours already, and now you're acting up. Nose can't make its mind up. Trying to see if there's anything that would be like nice to play later after routine and that. So Monster Hunter Stories 3 is in March, so that's fine. The other games don't have a date yet. So I think this goes like... How does this go? For now, I think this goes like Reanimal, Code Vein 2. These are like the ones I'm being interested in so far. Whack 'em up there. My wish list actually helps. It keeps it in order. And like, I just keep tabs on the ones I sort of want to play soon. Then there's obviously keeping an eye on like the Steam frame thingy, which is not going to be cheap. And I thought I had more money, but we'll see what happens with that. I would quite like a wireless VR thingy, and plus that obviously opens up being able to do VR stuff. Probably. We'll see how that goes. I'd like to. I have so many. Alright, I need to click. Okay. Yeah, I guess I just need something in the meantime to like fill the gap. And that one's almost... Oh wait, no, that is in the second month. Oh, it's gonna do that thing where there's like a release and then near enough 2 weeks later something else comes out. Yeah, I think Code Vein I'd play in my own time. I have no faith in myself for that. So that gives me... Yeah, that gives me like pretty much like 2 months to play something else, depending on how long routine takes me. Okay. 2 months would be like, what, 8 episodes? 8 episodes. I'm counting my streams as episodes. Hey Red, welcome in. Oh yeah. And I didn't search anything up on YouTube of anything to do with routine, but obviously some people have been playing it, and here and there among the things of different videos, they have like an image of routine and something that probably scares them, but then I think they show the creature that's invisible, so I immediately went past it. I really don't like that people will show the creature as a thumbnail, because part of the thing that can be scary is that you don't know what the hell it is. So literally posting it to everyone and being like, this is what it looks like, or like, oh, this is absolutely terrifying, and then they just show, and I'm like, why? Oh, I sneezed earlier, but like, my nose, I was perfectly fine before I started streaming, and I've been at my desk for hours. Yet, as soon as I start streaming, my nose decides it wants to sneeze. So, yeah. Which is annoying, because then it can make it sound like I'm ill or something. And it's like, no, it's just I decided to sneeze, apparently. But it's certainly not running. It's dry, I just sneezed. Well, technically it doesn't snow every day, so... And I fancied different music because I realised that the Christmas lo-fi was like... I was really recognising the same things over and over. It does it for all of them, but I recognise it more for Christmas songs because I recognise them. Smiths, welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Might try and push through with Stellar Blade and then go to play that, but I feel like if I grind on that and then go to play it on stream, I might just get sick and tired of it more quickly. So I'll try and find something else to play after Routine. No idea what, but something. Color. Yeah. We shall see. Hey Jarko. Welcome in. It's okay. Yeah, I slept for a bit longer. Well, went to bed semi-late-ish, but then for some reason I woke up at 8. Somewhere around there. I get the feeling I was woken up by others. And then, yeah, I dozed back off and didn't wake up till past midday, so I was like, oh, great. Hope you're doing well first. lavender. That was the trigger word for lavender. Lavender. That was for red, but yeah. You were needing assistance, way. Hey Zeno. Welcome in. Hey Fuji. Can't help it. I yawn when I yawn. Although it's quite funny when you have some people yawn in their ASMR streams, and it's like, initially it sounds like they're yawning, but then they sort of continue doing it for a little bit, and I'm like, oh okay, they're just insinuating that they're yawning. They're not actually yawning, because nobody yawns like for as long as some people do. Yeah, holiday time. And on both Saturdays so far I will have my niece. So today and next week I will have my niece. It's always when I finally have time off. But it should still be okay. It can be alright as long as I'm left alone, so to speak. I usually am, for the most part. I just think the timing is a little, it's always when I finally have time off. But I guess that's what happens when I share. Having the time off when others do. I've been well though. Hope you managed to rest okay. I slept late, but then woke up early for some reason, which was too early obviously for me. And then I went back to sleep and woke up a bit later than I semi-wanted to. But yeah. And yawning is always contagious. It's all good. I don't know what I would have done anyway if I was up earlier. I think it's just about whether I feel rushed or not. Okie dokie Capricorn. Have good foods. Dinner time? Have good foods. And yes. Good night if I don't see you again. So where things are noisier today. Maybe it's just the type of background I end up having on. For covering up. But no, the tongue drum. Pretty sure its name is what attracts people to this thing. Only the shape, nothing to actually do with a tongue. What do I usually put on? Thingies. Oh yeah, guess I should mute you. There's the tongue drum, the mini one, the pocket one, because it is a pocket tongue drum. What else was it as well? Oh yeah, there was a thing they showed, at least on the Steam page. Another one of those type of games that tends to use your music to pace things, which can go well. There was one in the past I played that was actually pretty good with it, and for some reason they did a second game which didn't really change much, so I'm like, what was the point of the second game? It looks cool, but again, it's your own music that powers it, so they're fun for a while. Thank you for the follow. Thank you kindly. I just ended up thinking about it. I was like, considering that force is a trigger, well, a toggle, why did I not ever just set a timer on it? Which makes me question, how did I even initially get it to do that if it's not going through thingy? Unless I did, and I just never set a timer. Goes through menus. I'm probably gonna glow more. Yeah, thought so. Come here. I did. I just never linked you to anything. Wait, but what are you set to? Oh. Wait, you're set to 4 things? How the hell did I set you to 4 things? Oh, okay. Okay, now that makes sense. That's weird though, because I haven't toggled it to work on raids. But I know it... No, so something else works with the raids. Okay, that's good. I'll just set a timer then. Job done. One of the very first things I set up were the blazes. Then where's the other one? Oh, okay. Well, we'll see how that goes. We'll see how that goes. There we go. Now it is a question of how things worked. Well, it was more of, I had it set up that way, I just didn't toggle the thingy to just auto turn off. Effectively, I've been doing it manually myself every time. But the raid one isn't set in like YouTube Studio, so unless I've got another one somewhere, I don't know how that one's triggering. We shall see. More just remembering things. Oh, I guess it can be worded like that. Oh yeah, that reminds me. I ended up seeing a thing to do with basically Gearbox fixing Borderlands 4 because it had really bad, it was very badly optimized, and as always Randy just ends up saying use more DLSS, which is stupid. That's just being lazy. Lo and behold, in apparently their most recent patch, they've had optimization. So people who are getting 30 are now getting 60, and I'm like, ho ho! Because Randy ended up saying about, you know, I'll just use DLSS more. The game is perfectly optimized. If it was perfectly optimized, why is it being fixed? It's not hard to just optimize your game. Like, it can take time, which sucks, but people will love your game more if you just optimize it. Especially in this day and age, people are very happy when a game runs nicely. And from what I've understood of Borderlands 4, people have been enjoying it. Like, the story is nothing to write home about, but like, I think only 2 was ever capable of that. All the others have just never been anything crazy. 1 was never anything crazy. And 3 definitely was not anything people were happy on. And thank you for the follow. Thank you kindly. Oh, it does auto turn off. Huzzah! That's nice. $10 though, is that enough for me to notice? Oh, was that my train of thought? So I get the feeling I never put a timer on it because it was meant to be a notification to me if I didn't notice my notification. Because Because then I'd be like, oh, why am I blushing? That was what I used it for. I can set it a bit longer, just to give me benefit of the doubt. Weird that Star-Eyed isn't thingy though. Here we go. Set it to 15 seconds. It should be more than enough time to notice it. Still baffled by the other ones though. So that's not on anything. Interesting. Scroll, scroll. What is this one? Oh, this is the Star-Eyed one. Why did I make another one for it when I already had one of it? That's weird. Make that 15 seconds as well. If I can't notice in 15 seconds, then holy balls. There we go. Yeah. There we go. Everything has a timer thingy, my bobby. So, although I'm pretty sure the Star-Eyed turned off on its own anyway. Who knows? Who knows? I've set it to one of them. Maybe it'll end up triggering. It's been so jumpy today. Like, anything outside, and he's just like, Moo! It's like, calm down. Let me check something. Yeah, it might have just been barking at the male man. don't actually know what to call a male person anymore. Because it's not just a man. With officers, it's a bit obvious. Because they just say police officer. That's a title, so it's fine. But with the mailman, I don't know. Male. That still has man in the title, though. Isn't it weird that they get picky about certain things, but they don't care on certain others? I mean, it shouldn't really matter. Postman, postwoman, postperson. Hey, Toby. It goes okay. I was thinking of like, what's letter delivery person? Yeah. But, no. I was thinking like, eventually after we finish routine, what to like play next. So I'm not really sure. Oh yeah, I don't care who it is either, but like, maybe I'm just overthinking it. We'll just stick with Postman. Because we're all human. Fish Frenzy. What is that? Because I was looking at the time of like other games that interest me that come out next year, and it's not until like February right now. So like technically we'll have like 2 months to play something, because I still need to get through routine, and I don't quite want to play Stellar Blade yet, or it's not even ready anyway. I don't want to get it ready and then play it right after. Oh, is that the one that where you also sort of like it's an evolution thingy, so it's partly like Spore as well. So yeah, I'd have time to play something that's sizable. I didn't play Horizon 2 because I know that game would be massive, because I like to explore. Oh yeah, it won't be Fish Frenzy, but there is a game where you go around eating other creatures to like evolve, so to speak, and it's also how you gain like body parts that you could evolve into. It's pretty interesting. Yeah, I don't know what it's called, but I know it exists. It's yeah, I'm not sure. Because like the majority of games that are popping out currently, like there's so many people doing like roguelikes and stuff. And I'm just like, yeah, great. But roguelikes are very... I'm in the mood for something big, basically. And roguelikes are never big. They're very bite-sized experiences that take time, but they're bite-sized. I do have No Man's Sky already. I don't know. That game's weird. Like, it's weird. A lot of it reminds me of like crafting, survival, simulating thingies. And while I do like the space stuff and the other things in it, like I just can't be asked to gather a bunch of stuff to try and progress. Like, I play a variety, but yeah. Because half the games that I notice popping out lately are just like roguelikes, roguelites, and I'm just like, okay, cool. Is there anyone not doing this? I am all for such things, but yeah. Red Inscription. Hang on, let me bring up my other talk so I can see people. Red Inscription. Red In. No, it wants me to type the whole thing. Oh, it's just called Inscription. Oh, you were saying to red. That sounds familiar. Podgy. Devolver Digital, so that means it's gonna be a semi-odd game. Because they tend to focus on the kind of more unique style of games. Please consider my pelts. Okay. So it's one of those. Hey Feedy. Welcome in. It's definitely odd. Yep. Yeah, Devolver Digital, when they publish games, they seem to go after games that are definitely unique. A lot of their games are unique as a publisher, and they seem to do well of like just letting the developer do their thing rather than butting in a lot of the time, which is nice. So generally gamers tend to be quite tolerant of Devolver Digital. I see the type of game it is though. There's hands grabbing you. No. Hi Castro, welcome in. Hope you're doing well. So many different things. And it is 70% off. Am I in the mood for a card game though? That is the question. Humna humna humma. The fact that it's on its 4th anniversary is pretty insane. Solitaire. I've never understood solitaire. But I never really bothered to learn it, so that's probably why. Yeah, I think just like publisher sales and stuff before the winter sales. It wouldn't surprise me if there's a thing with Steam where if they're in sort of their catalogue for the winter sales, I mean it all goes to Steam anyway, but maybe there's a different percentage compared to just doing your own sale. Like maybe more of a percentage goes to them if they do their own sale on Steam as opposed to Steam's own sale, if that makes sense. Is there going to be an end of year sale? Probably. Oh wait, you move around like it's a dungeon crawler. Oh yeah, Sulphur's still on my list. I have that on my wish list. I just have a thing of grabbing early access games. Yeah. Like if I was to look at what's on sale currently, yeah, Sulphur's there, One Shot's there, Tales of Grace is F. VN's on there, which apparently counts as a hentai as well, but considering how Steam works, you'd probably have to get the patch. I feel like if you have to download a patch to get the sexual stuff, then it should say on Steam's thing that it's the all ages version. I feel. Because it's you that has to go out of your way to, if you're wanting, you know, to see those things. Pretty much. But I guess it isn't necessarily the and all ages version. It probably is just they've taken out those parts. So when it would go to reach them, probably just has a small dialogue, or it just cuts to black and goes to the bits after it. Oh yeah, I don't know if you'd be interested, Toby, because it's a roguelite. Witchfire, which is a first-person dark fantasy thing. Although, it is kind of expensive. I've got the doors. Hang on. Door. He's gonna go mental. I know he is. Yep. Goody. I think my niece is here. I thought they'd be a bit later. Great. Yeah, it technically did come out a while ago, but they had an exclusive deal with Epic to just be on that platform for ages, which obviously hindered its sales. I don't care how much they get paid, it hinders. Exclusivity hinders. So it was on the Epic Games Store for at least a year before it came to Steam. Which is why it baffled me that it says it's in early access. I thought they pretty much released it on, like, you know, the Epic Store, and then it comes over to Steam and it's like early access, and I'm like, how? Yeah, could be interesting. People said it's quite fun. But yeah, I agree, it needs a bigger deal. Needs a bigger deal. Yeah, potentially, because I don't know how the Epic Store labels its things, so it might have been. But it seemed pretty fleshed out from what I seen. That's why I was surprised when it pops up on there and it's like, oh yeah, early access, and I'm like, oh, okay, fine. Whew. But yeah, I don't have much else I'm keeping tabs on, really. Not that, and you know, of what's currently on sale. I'm keeping tabs on loads of games, but half of them aren't even out yet, and yeah, it's gonna be a while. Hmm. Isn't that being made by like one person though, or like a few people? It's a really small team, if I remember. Very small team. And I get the feeling they can't necessarily work on it 24/7. They're probably doing something similar to me of work and then in their spare time working on the game or something. Although Ultra Kill I would be terrible at. Because of... I've seen how people have, you know, work in that game. I've never been good at movement and shooting at the same time. I'm the kind to either tank things or just be enough out of range that I can do something. Cookie Clicker. There's a lot of games similar to Cookie Clicker. Hey Yuki. Yeah, I'm alright. Just trying to brainstorm ideas of what would be good to play after routine, as I'll have some time. Hope you're doing well. I mean, technically it can also be a game that other people can join. It's not necessarily a bad thing. Assuming that I'm not very good on like I haven't really done anything community based, so maybe I should have something where we can or have people just join kind of thing. Repetition. Just got home an hour ago. Nice. Get to unwind then. Don't know what I'd play though. The only thing I can think of where people like join randomly is you got your typical Minecraft. You then have things like what else is there? Where people actually join. Oh yeah, any of the party-based stuff. Although that would be fewer in number, but still. Rotation. But the problem with things like that is it requires people. Monopoly, that would be destruction. Monopoly would be destruction. Nuclear Nightmare? What is that? What is Nuclear Nightmare? Other than the title sounding very obvious, but... Can't even spell apparently. What is this thing? Oh, hang on. very glad I am actually pretty quick at hitting the mute button. My niece just walks in, of course she does. Luckily she wasn't, like, talking before she even opened the door, so... Hello, Rain. Welcome in. Collecting evidence to escape and you have to survive the monsters. That sounds familiar. Going around trying to find evidence of things without having the monsters kill you, that sounds about familiar. Goody. At the very least I didn't shove her out and be like, I'm trying to stream, get out of here. What game does that remind me of? They were single player, but you had Slenderman. You had to go around and find the different pages scattered throughout the level while evading Slenderman. And if you found all the pages, you won, I guess. Fireball, I guess. Plus, if you think of the other ones, when you're like guessing which like aberration it is, you go around finding clues. You pick which one it is, and then you can get out of there. But you have guns there, meaning you can shoot players. Why does it say the remaster update? What does that even mean? I like that the reference the person gives is, do you like The Thing? All I remember from the game of The Thing was a lot of fuse boxes. Every problem was you had to find the fuse and sort the fuse box out. That's what I remember. Well, I shall keep it in mind, as it is cheap for people, so that's always a thing. A helicopter with those? Usually see that on a thing. The only thing with these sorts of things is it's like, oh, people join, and then for a long while maybe nobody joins, so we just sort of sit there talking for a while. Fuse box simulator? No, that was the Thing video game back on like the original Xbox and stuff. And that was the amusing one. It's up to 8 people? Damn, that's a lot of people. See someone swimming. Actually does remind me of the thing a bit, especially with the fuse boxes. Oh, he got caught by the creature. I don't know. I have no idea if I'm thinking too preemptively with community-based stuff. Hard to say. Yeah, I know plenty of people do those sorts of things. I'm just very, not as hands-on about it, I guess. A big jump. We were here. And that name sounds familiar, Big Jump. We'll keep tabs on that game. Thank you for the headpads. You watch the secretary. Which one is it? Because there's like 3 of them. No, there's 4 of them. You got We Were Here, which is free. We Were Here Forever. We Were Here Together. And We Were Here Too. Jam spreader. I like it, Red. I like it. Oh, it's only 2 people. Okay. All these names being said, and I'm just like, all of it's a question mark. You played all of them? Oh, okay. Because obviously you've got the bog standard ones that I think everybody knows about by this point. So you've got like Lethal Company and Peak and Repo and stuff like that. Best movie you ever watched? War. Repo is fun. I can't even remember if I have Repo. I don't think I do. No, I don't. I do not have Repo. Oh, I see a bloke grabbing baked beans. Wait, why do they have a live action video? for repo. It's funny when they try and show the creatures of horror in real life. It just looks funny. Oh, that one coming out of the dark actually looks pretty good. Actually, I take that back. It looked like something you see at an amusement park. That's quite funny. How would a torchlight be worth over $4,000? And then he drops it, so all the value goes, apparently. There is another one. We have, Stardew Valley. What else was there for the thingy? I forget. They always make Repo look so crazy. Yeah, every time I've watched people, it doesn't look that crazy when I've watched others play it. Like, it's definitely crazy, but not like they're showing in some of the things. All these things. All these different things. Blimey. Had the screen hidden, didn't even see half of these things. I give you the ether charge. Yeah. sure there's like Helldivers 2 as well. Long train rides can be pretty crazy. I think the longest I've been on a train is like a couple of hours. But when you've had like a long day especially, and then it's like another few hours on top of that, it's just like, whoa. It's another Yuki. All the Yukis. Envy, Makamin. That was the blowing though. Imagine being like, Yuki 1, Yuki 2. Would be amusing. I'd be amazed if I could remember that, honestly. I'm bad with names. those were the cuppies. It takes a lot to maintain a particular level. The slight movements my finger makes, my fingers make, like, just come through. Like the slightest movement, and it just turns into, well, yeah, you just hear it. The microfiber? Oh. I presume it actually does sound different when I rub over, as opposed to the bear. Yeah. Okay. Hey Needle Beast Man, welcome in. Hope you're doing well today. Microfiber cloth. Hey Spectra. Welcome in. Blowing. was the blowing. Just checking the walls around. Yeah, okay. Hey, Midnight. Welcome in. Hope you're doing well today. Thank you for the headpats. Ishmael. Welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for the headpats. Yeah, I'm doing okay. What? Yeah, it's a Saturday. Or it's the weekend at least, so yeah. Working the usual. Well, hopefully it'll pass and then you can get to doing other things. Hopefully it's not a tiring day though. Like, too tiring. It's okay. You're here now, that's the main thing. It's already feeling like one. That sucks. Oh. It's because it has that material on the side. Well, yeah. At least when the day is over, it ain't work after it, so it can disappear for a time. Oh, it's 3. It's something rare. Well, epic probably. No, it's legendary. It's a golden crown. There you go. You have a golden crown to show you with all of your efforts. Doesn't happen too often. Schniffer. These will be some sniffers. this one, the sniffers. Sniff, sniff. It's okay. Thank you for the ether charge. I just stretched out my arms, that was about it. My arms tend to click fairly easily. Thank you for the follow. Thank you kindly. Welcome back, Toby. Clean. All spick and span again. Spick and span. I'm clean as well. I had my bath earlier. So yeah, we're clean. Woo. Hopefully you're not too hungry. A whisper name, such a rarity. Raymond. 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 That was whisper name. You bought one shot because it was. You eventually wanted to play anyway, it's 40% off. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Fair enough. Grab the foods later. Or maybe the day prior was like a bit more taxing than you think. Or just that you used a bit more energy than usual or something. That's an emotion and a half. I'm pretty sure. I don't think the tongue drum ever comes in like one. Like when it gets redeemed, it's always. It always ends up getting redeemed multiple times, which is quite amusing. Goodness gracious. That was pocket. The pocket tongue drum. I'll do the water jar first, just because it's kind of quicker than the loofahs. There you go. There was the water jar. Water in a jar. It's not a scam, it's water in a jar. Water jar. Oh. That only apply in UUs. Not to mention, I've never actually signed one of those. So I'm exempt. Besides, I'm a support bugger. There you go, you've had it now. Mwahaha. Where's the water jar? No problem. What do you mean? I supplied water in a jar. What do you mean? It'll be some loofahs now, which is usually for a bit. So are the loafers. Hello, Kate. Welcome in. Yeah, loofahs can be very nice. Very nice to have. Wah. We'll see how things go, but maybe a slightly shorter stream today because of my niece. For the most part it should be okay, but there's usually gonna be random instances of loudness from somewhere. And she does just walk in into my room even though my door is closed. Okie dokie, Rain. Understood. The only chair is like the one I'm sitting on. Thank you as well, Rain. Standing ASMR. That is a thing, you know. Like, some people do stand while they do ASMR. I forget why. But there is a reason why some people do. Oh, yeah, that's why. It's so they're not doing basically what I'm doing, where you know, you're crouching to speak into the mic. There are ways around it, like you end up putting the microphone in like a thingy-mabobby, a boom arm or whatever. But I ain't gonna do that with this. Hey ZZ. Muckamin. Oh no, you've waken up then. You've waken up? You've woken up. I hope it was a good rest. But yeah, a boom arm could be an idea. I just don't like the idea of hanging this microphone upside down. Not to mention with how the cables are to keep things connected, I could just see many problems. I mean, to be fair, this chair does lower a lot, and it does help. I could have ended up, because I ended up looking through like desks for ages, and I could have got the one where, you know, you can raise it, which would have obviously helped for these sorts of things. The problem is they're too small, and I wanted like an L-shaped desk, so, and there's no like self-raising L-shaped desks. Pretty much like a standing desk, yeah, but you can, they're useful for sitting down as well, because if it's too low or if it's too high, like you can just adjust it. But they were too it would be interesting to see an L-shaped, like, adjustable standing desk. It would have to be of good size as well, because even this one, what's hilarious with this desk is it's technically less stable. Well, it's not less stable, but the material is thinner than my previous desk, so it technically shakes more easily. But it technically has more space. The little L bit, it gives me the space I need. If I wanted and I shoved it over properly, I could easily fit 3 screens on here. But I know if you go to add a screen to your PC, it's meant to add about at least 30 to 40 watts of power to your system. So I'd rather not add any more electric to it currently with the current power supply I have. As it is, I had to undervolt the 5080 I had, because technically I don't have enough power to run it. But undervolting is good anyway, because I'm technically getting more frames than if you just left it normal, and it's using less power. But that also means once it reaches a certain threshold, especially if you're wanting high frame rates, so basically 120 and above, it definitely requires power there regardless, and I can't, that's why it can end up maxing out to go to 100, because of that issue. 3 screens might seem a bit excessive, but it makes sense, like, because the way I have it set currently is I have one set up specifically for OBS. It's in a portrait, it's a portrait screen, which OBS doesn't accommodate very well to, but it allows me to have the chat longer, so I can see the chat easily, and then a bunch of my other stuff, and I can see that fine, and everything that I need there is fine. Because obviously for ASMR it's important to keep tabs on, well, the audio, so that's there. And then on my main screen in front of me is where I keep VTube Studio for some reason, and probably to make sure nothing looks stupid. But then I also have like the redeems on here, as well as the things for the filters and stuff. I barely play racing games tech. The only racing games I tend to really enjoy are ones that are a bit more creative and arcadey in a sense. Like, I like when the environment changes. It's cool when you can also battle, whether it be with weapons or just shunting. Fine with me, good fun. But I do prefer those. Forza doesn't have that though. Car game but not racing. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, you're still racing, but you can just, like, the racing games I've enjoyed the most was Burnout Revenge, because holy balls, things were stupidly fast in that game. And was it Motorstorm Apocalypse? I think it was that. I've played Test Drive Unlimited when they released their first one back on the 360. That was a good game. I don't mind that. Rest well, Red. Have a good sleep. May you have sweet dreams and keep your liquids up. It's not like I don't like racing games. Like, I've played a lot of the Need for Speed games. I've played Project Gotham Racing. What else? I've played rally games. Rally games are difficult. They take a lot of getting used to. They are more arcadey, I guess. Rally games certainly are not, but they're the exception. Because they take a certain way to play, and they also have a good emphasis on like track conditions and weather conditions and how they affect the vehicle and your control. In the old days, we used to have a wheel, but again, that was for the rally games, so that made sense. But a lot of the other ones I played were more arcadey. I sometimes get in the mood for simulation-based races, but I don't know. One of those I have to be in the mood for. Yeah. I haven't played too many races though, it's been a long while. It was the same with fighting games. I hadn't played any in a long while until Rising. But even then, that was just a story mode. I just tend to go for what I ever, like what I'm in the mood to play at the time. Like, for some reason I am getting very in the mood for Code Vein. Not specifically a Souls-like, just Code Vein for how it is. And its story and stuff. And I know 2 is coming soon, so I'm purposely not reinstalling and playing the first one, because I'm gonna hold off and wait for the second one. Reason being is I liked the bayonet in the first game, but it took a special resource to like fire the gun, so it was very awkward to use. But in Code Vein 2 they've changed it. The bayonet actually has ammo now. It has its own ammo. So it's like, yes, I can potentially actually use it as a damn weapon. Because obviously you're going to have a great majority of people probably go for the big Goliath greatsword things that look ridiculously big, which is fine. It's very anime, but I like the bayonet, which is ironic considering I'm British, but also, if there actually is bows in Code Vein 2, I will use those as well. I just like ranged guns. Ranged weaponry. Not so much specifically guns, I just like bows. I'm still forever on the search for that pinnacle RPG though, that I feel will never exist because I keep just adding too many things I'd like to see in one game. I saw something in a quick video thingy mabobby where someone had a bow in Code Vein 2, so I was like, oh, cool. But yeah, it does seem a bit odd. They've removed the co-op because they want you to focus more on like the relationships you have with the characters. Which is such an odd thing, because for those that want to focus on that thing, they did in the first game. For those that didn't care, they didn't care. So it's very weird. I can understand that. I knew it. See, I was right in saying that, like, Ubi fail in a lot of things, but I'm pretty sure it's Ubi that did The Crew. Like, they're very good at making maps, at the very least. they can definitely make a map. Yes and no. The crew wasn't, Ivory Tower. Oh, so they did the usual, grab someone who knows what they're doing and then what's it. Well, at least Ubi have connections, but good to know. Because half the time with their maps, they tend to at least know what to do for maps, but then when it comes to other stuff, they kind of suck. The map is massive, what do you expect? That's a staple with Ubi games and other companies that copy Ubi for their maps. Take Horizon 2 for example. They took a note out of Ubi, and look at the size of that bloody world. It's huge. Absolutely massive. And what do they give you to traverse it? Yeah, you can get on mounts, but you get a glider. Woo. The only way that's useful is if you can get up high and then you go through things at a decent pace. I feel like they should have made it because you can override creatures. Why the hell did they not allow you to override the flying type machines? In a world that size, I think flying would have been brilliant. When you hear Ubi, or you think is Ubisoft, yeah, that's who I'm referring to. I refer to them as Ubi. That's pretty crazy, yeah. Well, people have two ways of saying like Ubisoft, don't they? It's like Ubisoft or Ubi, but Ubi would, to me, make it seem like there's a Y, and there's not, so I just call them Ubi. Ubisoft. And take it 1+ hour at fast speed. I suppose there's some joy in that. But you would be thinking correctly, Toby. That is what I'm referring to when I say that. Oh, that's sad. I was seeing if something was on Steam, but it's not, because the game's too old. I was seeing if Magic the Gathering Battlegrounds was on Steam, but probably a bit before its time. The cruise gameplay was too much arcade for your taste, and the wheel felt kinda off. I mean, if it's arcadey, then yeah, the wheel's gonna feel a bit like, eh. I'm guessing you've never played Gran Turismo then? I mean, I know it's stuck on Sony's console, but... like, you did. What did you think of it, considering you like simulation type games? Oh, you started with... Have you tried their recent one? 1 and 2. How was it back in the day? It would be amusing, Toby. Oh, there's a lot of games that are not on Steam. I get the feeling they might be on GOG though, because some of my old games that aren't on Steam are on GOG. Oh, you played it a lot? Then you elevated to PC and you started playing... Wait, Test Drive was on the PC? Was it? Never heard of GOG? GOG is CD Projekt Red's version of Steam, but technically it's better because when you download the game, you have the game. Like, you don't have to be online to have it work, and they give you all the files. As in, imagine when people used to rip games. It kind of works like that. Yeah, there's no DRM, so if you're wanting the whole game, like technically someone could buy a game, have all the files, and then give it to a friend, and it would work. Technically. That's the good thing about GOG. But there's a lot of old things on there. Yeah. People forget Steam... You can easily just lose everything on Steam. However, at least how Valve is currently, they don't like the big buggers pushing them around, and they kind of at least listen to their customers still. So that's why Steam is okay still. Not to say it will always stay like that, but I hope it stays that way. I hope they, yeah, definitely keep focusing on the consumer, because that's the reason Steam still gets used to this day. Because they listen to consumers. Not the idiot ones, the ones that actually use the things. I mean, Steam was the only thing around for a very long time. So yeah, I don't think it will go anywhere. They have their own battles they pursue. But yeah, let me check GOG. Let me see if I can find... Because like you can get everything on there. Pretty much. Gonna go make food. Okay, tech. Go get some good food. But like, for example, let me have a look. So I can find the soundtrack of Breath of Fire 4 on here, but it doesn't actually show up. But yeah, I think I can search. I can, okay. Yeah, I don't think GOG has it either. It was a bit of a niche game. Yeah, I don't think they have it. Sad days. It's too old, indeed. But there's some old stuff on here, you know, like Dark Reign was on here, which is an RTS before Activision got big. That was a good one. They have like the old Star Wars Battlegrounds games. Yeah, the Star Wars Galactic Battleground Saga, which is basically it runs on like the old Age of Empires engine, and it is basically a Age of Empires, but in the Star Wars universe. Really good RTS. I think, is it? Yeah, so Galactic Battlegrounds Saga comes with like the first one, and then the expansion, which was the clone campaigns, and there was so much you could do in it. So much. Really good though. Really good RTS. Oh, that's another thing with GOG as well. When I say they give you everything, they give you everything. They give you the whole game. If it has an OST, you usually get that along with it. A bunch of other stuff. Like, it's really nice. But there's just so much on... GOG is basically the same as Steam at this point. But obviously it came much after. So a lot of people tend to just stick to Steam. And rightly so. Like, it's all there, like as long as it works, it works. But there's so many old things on here. Like Neverwinter Nights 2 Complete. Star Wars Starfighter. TIE Fighter Wars, that's a pretty old one. Actually, do they have an old section? They actually do. They have good old games. 2 Underground. They have Heroes. They have Dino Crisis. The original Resident Evil games, so 1, 2 and 3. You know, so imagine the PS1 graphics. I didn't even know that was on PC. The Gothic games, those are pretty well known. Rayman, Worms, original Diablo. I'm surprised to see that on here. Yeah, a load of old things. Holy balls! Silent Hill 4! What? Can you even get... Let me check. Let me check these things. Okay, so you can't even get Silent Hill 4 on the PC on Steam. All that's on Steam is Silent Hill F and Silent Hill 2 and Homecoming. That's it. Is GOG just an abbreviation of good old games? I don't actually know. Yeah, sorry. But yeah, on Steam is the remake of Silent Hill 2 and F, which technically doesn't count as Silent Hill as far as many are concerned, and then Homecoming. So yeah, There's like really old things, like there's old Warhammer games on here as well. Warhammer Shadow of the Horned Rat. What is this? Oh my god. It's like... Oh my god. This is so old. You know those old text-based adventure games with maybe some pictures? This is old. Hang on, let me try and figure out. Let me try and share things. It's window capture, isn't it? It is. Can I hide this? Give me a second. What does this show? Okay, give me... Ah yes, we'll do that. That fixes things. But yeah, look at this for old. Look at this for old. This is how it looks. Like old text-based adventure Warhammer with little battles. This game was this Warhammer Shadow of the Horned Rat. Oh yeah, and this is what GOG does. They have a preservation program for old games. So they do their best to look after old games. They're trying to, at least. The problem is, as computers get more and more advanced, they're probably going to have less and less support for the old games to be able to run. Look at this though. Like, what is this? Deploy your regiments, and then you've got... This looks like a Total War game. Because you've got your different units, you place them on the field. Oh, you can't see my mouse. Never mind. But you place them on the field, they go to battle, they do their things, you've got your buttons. That's cool. That was that one. Like, where was it? Yeah, look at this! Silent Hill 4. Oh, continue. Like, I didn't even know this was on PC. The original Silent Hill 4. Like, wow. Look at this. Notice there is a reflection in the mirror. Why have games stopped such a basic feature? It's so hard nowadays to have a game like have all these crazy details, and yet you look in a mirror and there's either no reflection or it looks really low res. Whereas this probably still is low res, but it's still it looks nice. Yeah, if you look in a lot of modern games, for some reason they just don't bother with mirror reflections. You look in a mirror and there's like nothing. Some games still do it, but many don't anymore, and I don't know why. Oh yeah, I'm not saying like reflections in anything is not there. Like the reflections are usually like you're walking along and there's water on the floor and it does the reflections of what's going on there. Not that kind. I just mean specifically for when you're looking into a mirror. A lot of, or at least for a time, a lot of games were not even bothering to do that, and I don't know why. It's like they just stopped. I never did play much of this game though. This is my dream and you don't even know my name. I'm so confused. I've never played Silent Hill 4 The Room. Then again, hang on. Goodness. Now I have less room. Hang on. Oh, they actually give a thing of how long it takes to beat. Like it's 9 hours. Really? That seems very short. Interesting. Fallout New Vegas. What else we got in here? Oh, look at that. Bloody Splinter Cell. This game was something when it came out. Like the fact that you would walk on cracked glass on the floor and they could hear it. The lighting was done really nicely. Wish people would stop randomly opening my door. Can't forget good old Theme Hospital. I love Theme Hospital. There's so many I didn't play. Original Dungeon Keeper, SimCity 2000, Morrowind, Might and Magic is here. What the blazes? Oh, look at that! It would be nice to know what they base it off. I mean, things are connected like they are with Steam, so maybe for the people that have purchased it, it looks at the amount of hours they've played it and bases it off of that, perhaps? Also, is this a D&D game? Might and Magic's D&D, isn't it? Because this certainly looks like D&D. Or is it just like Baldur's Gate, which is semi-based off of it? Because I'm seeing stuff of like conditions and armor class and hit points and different stats of God knows. Age! The individual has an age! What does that mean? Wait, so does that mean that your character can end up turning into an old person? Oh my god. This looks mad. Oh yeah, old style. It's first person dungeon. Character dies of old age. Imagine that. You go on your adventure, you decide to train, but the longer you end up training for, the more years go by. So it actually takes into account, like, age. And if they get past their prime, maybe their stats start to lower. Holy moly! Could you imagine that? Oh, I have this super powerful person. Oh, but I can't take too long, because if I do, their stats will start getting weaker. Wait, how did we go from something that looks like the most pixelated mess to this almost looks 3D? What the hell? Yeah, and what? Oh, spooky. The spirit of Korak proclaims, fantastic adventure awaits you, challenging quests abound and battles innumerable must be fought. Do you have the might to emerge victorious? Only time will tell. Ah, see, these types of games do exist, but like, there's just something about these. Oh my lord, look at the different spells. Torchlight, flame arrow, protection from fire, firebolt, haste, fireball, ring of fire. What is this madness? Oh god. What is that? That looks... a flesh eater. That looks terrifying. Toby encounters a flesh eater. What does he do? Your options. Attack. Bribe. Retreat. Surrender. Thing is, I only see one, but it's got flesh eater like 5 times. Is there 5 more behind there? You're bribing the flesh eater? Okay. Hey, big chum. Bribing the flesh eater. Oh my god, it goes realistic. I can't tell if this game is fantasy or if it's using realism. This is so confusing. And then it turns 3D. I'm really confused. Oh my god, that woman's on low health, but it looks like she's been battered up. Actually, quite a few of them have. And he's lost an eye. What is this? This game looks crazy. You don't know how to bribe it. I wonder what you can bribe it with. Like, if you can give it some meat and it distracts it so you can get by. You don't want to work? I mean, I don't think anybody does. Nobody wants to work. Oh my god, what is this game? That looks insane. It looks good, but that looks insane. Hey Pem, welcome back. Welcome back from the joys of work. We're just looking at old games. Is there any... what else is there? The fact that Spore is considered a good old game. Oh god, Myst. The original walking simulator. Time for some more Ark Raiders. Go raid the Arks. I'm pretty sure I've seen Stronghold Legends. Like Ultima is on here. Oh god, Syndicate. Wait, is it the original Syndicate? It is. Oh god. Lots of Tomb Raider. The Fear Bunch. Lego Batman. Blade Runner. You know what game I want to know is on here or not? Fade to Black. I wonder if it'll be there. I Am Alive? Oh my god, I forgot about that game. Let me see if Thingy-mabobby was on here. Probably won't be. It was basically a DOS game. Yeah. Yeah, it's not. It's too old. It was a DOS game. Slipstream 5000. Oh my god, I had this. This is a futuristic racing game. Look at these graphics, baby. Look at them. I know it's really tiny, but I'll try enlarging without. Look at this. Look at this. Now these are graphics. Now you feel old? Why? I used to play this quite a bit. I used to play that quite a bit. About there. Perfect for tech. I don't know. You come from 95. Hey, that's not too old. That's fine. This game was... I never used to play it in first person though. It was terrible. Yeah, here were the different vehicles you could have. I'll try and, like, explain them to you. So, the bottom row, I don't remember using that black one on the left too much, but it was... I think it was fairly speedy. The red one had good handling, and was alright, it's like your average one. The one on the right wasn't too quick. In the middle row, the blue one was actually pretty good, but not very durable. The black one next to it was... I don't even remember. I don't remember a great deal of these. The main ones I remember is that stupid circular purple one on the right. It was just annoying. And on the top row, that little one was a speedy bugger. So quick. Oh yeah, these screenshots get better. Like, look at these graphics. Look at this. Amazing. This is what gaming was in early 3D days. Okie dokie, Toby. We'll probably be ending soon, but do take care. I'll see you when I next see you. This was great though. And then obviously, good old, there's your windscreen. Imagine having that in this day and age. I'll shrink it there because knowing Twitch, they'll be like, oh, old graphics, oh. I'd laugh if they tell me off with that. I'd be like, seriously? This was like 90s. It was good though. It was good. There you go. Ah, games. Back when games used to, you know, come in giant ass boxes. Which I'm sure, like, many don't even remember that. But old video games were basically, especially on the PC, or I think maybe only on the PC, they were like these giant boxes. I think they were like slightly bigger than an A4 piece of paper, but the thickness was like, I don't know, like 5 centimeters thick. Like, it was a really thick box. And what was inside? You had the game on a disc. You had a manual, which usually was thick because the manual was basically explaining all of the mechanics the game would have. So if you had a mechanic heavy game, it was a lot thicker. And you're thinking, oh, multiple languages. No. It was all in English. That bloody, like, 1.5 or 2 centimeter thick book manual that you've been given was pretty much all in English. So, yeah, it would give like a little backstory to the world. It tells you the things that are happening at the beginning of the game, and then it would go over the different mechanics in the game and what each item was and what it did that was in the game. So yeah, they don't make them like they used to anymore. Very insane. And Fade to Black was basically, you were... I can't specifically remember the character, what they were. They were a human being, but I think you were either investigating things, or you got abducted by aliens that were planning to put the human race into slavery. So you'd go throughout their sort of ship doing puzzles and dealing with them and the differing enemy types, trying to find a way to like quell the invasion, because apparently the invasion all came down to what this ship would report. So if you managed to basically defeat them, they end up taking it as humans are not something to mess around with, so they leave us alone. But it was really awkward back in the day. Imagine Resident Evil controls of set camera angles and moving the character. However, you don't get a controller, you get your mouse and keyboard, and you can't turn and move at the same time. You can only move, and if you want to turn, you need to stop moving, turn, move. So, and you had some puzzles where lasers would be coming at you, and you need to... It's the typical trope you'd see in games nowadays, but you'd be going down like a corridor, and there's little bits that you can dip into to not get hit by the laser. However, doing it with controls where you can only do one thing at a time was extremely difficult, and your turning cycle of turning, you know, left or right was very slow. So you did have a sprint button. You could move forward, sprint. You would stop. However, if you sprinted, it did take the motion that you were sprinting into account, so you wouldn't instantly stop. You would take a few steps and then you stop, and then you can turn. Your character has to be sitting still completely before you can turn them. So when you're sprinting and you're waiting for them to do the last 3 steps to stop moving, you're just like, come on, and then obviously more time-based things of standing on the big square that activates the door. You stand on it. As soon as you come off of it, it's timed. You need to get through the door quickly. So you go into the thing. You then need to 360 round, walk out, turn again, move, sprint as quickly as you can, and then on some cases you had to jump at the right time, which was a very stiff jumping animation. Considering the type of game they were making, actually really good. Just very limited with, I guess, hardware, because controllers were not a thing on the PC for a very long time, and especially in the early days, it was not a thing. Or if it was, like, there was definitely no native support whatsoever, and there was not easy third-party things you could just download, because the internet wasn't that kind of place back then. So yeah, good fun. I babbled about an old game. It's nice though. Oh. So many good old games. Like, I would still enjoy Dark Reign, because there was just so much diverse things you could do for tactics, and the AI really did not hold back. It was also one of the first RTSs to give you the dev tools for making maps. Like, that wasn't a thing people would usually do. But yeah, that game came out, and they just gave you the things for making your own maps, which was cool because I really liked doing that. So you could set up your own scenarios of things happening and construct these really cool bases. Or just have like an all-out war kind of thing. Those were cool. But I do have food. It's bolognese. Which is funny considering I had a bolognese pasta bake yesterday. And now I've got the actual bolognese. Games were cool back then. And then, obviously, like, finding things out was not easy, because unless you had people near you that played the same thing and you know, talk about it, you couldn't just look on the internet for guides or see what people knew if you got stuck. None of that, because it didn't exist. Those were the days. Part of me misses that. Like, it's nice because you did have to figure it out on your own, pretty much. But that's fine. I've gotten not lazier, but I've played so much of games, like, I don't have to figure out the same god knows what thing from my memory from donkey's years ago. I think if I had the ability to go back in time, it would simply just be go to the points in time when the games were the cheapest and buy a lot of the old stuff that I don't have now and keep them because I know how rare they're going to be. And then also keep a really old PC that would still run them plenty fine. Because obviously, the more that time goes on, the less 32-bit stuff just isn't there anymore. Like, as it is, if you saw it recently, Nvidia showed a video where they put back 32-bit for the PhysiX things because it still runs on 32-bit, and obviously it handles the physics way better. Literally losing, it's lost old tech which didn't need to be lost. It's because of stupid Windows removing old things and thinking it's obsolete. There was a mech game actually that I never used to play. I always want to call you June. But now I'm thinking of like Fortuna Castle for some reason. Welcome in, June. I'm gonna call you June. I hope that's okay. Memory like a sieve, but it stands out to me. Things will stand out, but then I'll be like, why though does this stand out to me? But anyway, I ended up babbling about some old stuff. Well, older stuff. It's not the true old stuff, but you know, still getting on, I guess. Not many will probably remember those things. Someday, I look forward to when the younger generation end up, I don't know, talking about something from like now, and they're like, but it's seen as old. And for them to have that feeling, it's gonna make me laugh. You're only old if you give in to it. Until you can't do anything about it. Then I'd say you actually are old, because you don't get a choice. But if you're still able to do things and you're just being lazy, then you're not old. But if you want to do stuff and you physically can't anymore, then, you know, yeah. Kirosh, hello. Hello, hello. Yeah. You know when you actually are old, because when you're trying to do stuff and you just can't. Like you. Like me. I find it funny that people seem to think that 30 and beyond seems to be old, and I'm like, no, it's really not. I think 30 and beyond is when people actually start being more like an adult, for the most part. But, yeah. It takes a while till you're old. I just need to keep my fitness about me. So then, even when I reach like 60, 70, I'll be like, well, I'm still okay, so I'm still not old. When I can't do those things anymore, I'll be like, I think I'm getting old. Not being in an adult means you are young, and not being young means old? Why is there no middle ground? What the hell? What heresy? Board name spelling. Okay, I'll do that one, and then I will look for someone to read, because I don't want my food getting cold. Okie dokie. Yes, food. N. U. L. L. Like a lopsided boomerang. Y. U. K. I. Don't sound too surprised. That spells Noluyuki. Squiggle squaggle. Squiggle squaggle. There we go. But yeah, that was the board name spelling. Water globes. technically they only take a second. That's fine. That was the water globes. That'll be it for today, though. It's always nice hearing water, to be fair. I shall look for someone to read. Thank you for being here. One day, my lass, one day. Morning, Goose. Hope you're doing alright. Made it in time. I'm about to go raid. You too. Yes, I shall enjoy my foods. Where am I throwing people? Where do I throw you all? That is the question. That looks so weird when it's done that way. Right. Oh good, that'll do. We'll go raid Noodle. She's like halfway through a haircut RP, so she won't be able to talk straight away, which is fine. Works for me. Go. Keep you in a comfy place. Hope you had a good rest, Goose. Oh, no, my cable. There is the raid message if you are shubbed. There is the one if you're not subbed, please do use. there's the Discord for chats and such. And there's my YouTube where I keep my VODs and I upload a video every Sunday, which is more geared towards like just simple calming things, calming sounds and such. I'll expand eventually, but yes. But yes, thank you for the follows. Thank you all for being here. Do take care of yourselves, keep your liquids up, and I'll see you on the next. Do!